All right. Hello, everybody. This is Invasion Animation, and I believe I have basically everything done, like for the most part, at least. I could add like some lines there, but I feel like everything is basically in order. And let me just lower the volume there just a tad. Alright. Alright, so it changed the thumbnail. And yeah, basically changed a few stuff about. And I believe I did everything I could there. And in this one, just like doing a quick read-through of it again, just to make sure I got everything. So earlier that day, came heading out by Scabius. Just in time before I have youth group today. Is this from this scene? Alright, that's good. What's up, Mighty True? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so yeah, I'm just doing a quick, like, reading of this comic, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Because usually I do miss stuff. It's small stuff where I don't think anyone else. How are you? I'm doing great. How are you doing, Maddie True? I'm doing great right now. Just because, like, I finally think that I finished the comic I've been making. Well, the first book of it anyway. So, yeah, just got that done. Just looking to see if there's any mistakes. A lot of days hard work. And I made it so this elderly woman likes to rhyme. Because, like, I had it that way before, but I feel like it would just be that way, like, all the time anyways. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. And let me listen and make sure I can hear myself. Alright, I can. Oh, I like this song. This song is just the good stuff. Alright, I'm just gonna be quiet now because that song is so good. I'm gonna just wait a bit. Oh, that sound is just perfect. I'll definitely be on. I'll definitely be on your live when you like do it, Mad True. I'll definitely show up. Alright, so I seen one of the new animations and it looks really good. Alright, so yeah, basically, let me see here. Alright, so pow, the tooth fell off. It could have like the tooth go here, but I think the point comes across anyway. But yeah, I'll definitely come and join your live, Maddie True. Hey, let me put that back down a little bit. Right, there we go. I think since I got a new tablet, I think I've improved, honestly. Oh, that is great. Alright. So this scene, like, it kind of establishes the idea of a tooth fairy as well as like just it being like human teeth is what they consider currency. So that should get away with it for at least the first comic book. Alright, so the first comic establishes the dangers of everything, the possibility of tooth fairies, the fact that teeth is a currency, their little society. I'm gonna include this panel in with it too. Alright, so I think today I am going to most likely do like the front page panel. Like, although this is beautiful and I would like it as a front page panel, it's not really set in this specific book. So I think the inciting event, like with the mantis, would be good, and just making a brand new one just for that. Alright, so I'll be right back. I need to do something real quick. Should just take 1 minute. Hey. I'm back. Also, alright, here I am. F. Alright. Alright, so here I am. Got Bob Ross there. Alright, so let's see. Let's try and see. Like, I don't have to have real words. I could just have fake words. So let's go ahead and something like this. It's something that looks kind of like cursive or something. Or I could just go. Alright, and let's do that. Change out the font a bit. Alright, so let's change it to 48. And then let's just change the font a little bit to Comic Sans. Alright, that worked. Alright, so let's see. that giant green tomato was just about as big a giant squid. Let's just put random words there. Maybe just is just a facade for you see the cat is just a menace to society, and that cat is the living embodiment of evil. So right now I'm just writing some random stuff back here. I should probably change the color of the font too, so it like blends into the background just a bit. So let's just do that too out that, and that would help. Alright, so that. Alright, so it's nice having some just random words back there. Alright, so alright, so everything is going just well. I'm actually going to copy and paste because the specific scene is used elsewhere. And the elsewhere is right here. Alright, so let's also just add on a bit more to it here. And after all that, the wolf was still weasel he is. So I'm just typing a bunch of random stuff. Because like their entire school is inside of a book. And the book is called Werewolf Wolf Yum Yum. Where the heck was I? Alright, well anyways. Alright, it's so odd. I keep zooming out and it takes me back to wherever the heck that tin was. Alright, so alright, so let's see here. Alright, well, that's an interesting channel. Stuff on that. Alright, so like just having a whole bunch of words here. I'm wondering if the words are. I could just remove it later, but I don't know if the words are like necessary. I just think it's a fun little thing, so I think I'm going to still add words anyway. Fat tomatoes are the and that's why it is considered a probably fat fingering the words. Disgrace to use them as a base in sauces. Alright, so let's just do something like that. Right, and that should, like, hoping all the words doesn't confuse the readers. Excuse me. Since the toes on that, the wolf is so full of toe jam. Right, so Sup 8 Green. I'm doing fine today. How are you? Just comment, and then I'm going to do that really is a static image on that channel. But I needed to stay quieter, so that's the which is great. Alright, so got that right there. I should have the cards behind them, but I think that's fine. Alright, so, but yeah, right now, I'm just writing a whole bunch of random words in the background. I don't know if it will be distracting to the readers to, like, have them read that instead of the actual words that's being said by the fairy characters. because it's just meaningless words, but it's what I want there to be since it's inside of a book that they all just learn inside of. So that this only problem is normally the book would just stretch out words, and I want it to make a little bit more sense. So I'm just like keeping the sentence structure inside of the panel itself. So that wouldn't really function. That wouldn't really function like it would in the book. But I think it would be fine. That I knew. That's fallen in love with the werewolf, and I did not only like the cooking, and I got from his store. Okay, so that works. Store. I do not have a. Alright, so that's good stopping point there. I think right there should be blue. Yeah, so let's go over to people. Go here and just fill that in real quick. See, that's why it's good to like double check, because I thought with certainty that I was completing my task, but I was not. So alright, so that's good like that. Oh, incorrect layer. Let's throw that away. But there's no point in having it right there, so let's just do and put it here instead. Those tomatoes were best damned tome to me I have ever had. Waiting. World. bit asked for the recipe. Alright, so let's just do that and have a recipe there. I still don't know if it's like taken away, the words in the background is like taken away from it, because like I want those fairies to basically be using the book like as walls for that little building, or at least wallpaper. So yeah, that's what I'm like trying to do here, just adding like little words to it. So that's good there. Oh, 10 folks. That's neat. Right, so let's see. Alright, so let's write some more stuff back here. Oh, my neck. Goodness gracious. Alright, so those tomatoes were so red and so it was like eating a red heaven from great God above. Just having someone just in the background describe how they're eating a tomato and how amazingly divine the tomato was. Alright, so great God above. The way it was mashed. Me move over a little bit. Mashed to utter perfection. Had regrets of not ever having a tomato. Alright, so let me just move over the right tad. There we go. Tomato white like this before. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so let's actually go and change this into black. And I can just fill in background right there. And then just erase the excess. So I'm basically just filling in that part. Then I'm going to basically do like the front part of the comic, and then if I still have the time, I'm gonna do the game dev. Alright, so let's have these words actually repeat since they're in the background here. So copy, paste, and then just do that here. Alright, so that's good. remember I was talking about an automatic Chu cameo. When will that happen? I have no idea. Right now I haven't planned out any. Well, I planned out like a rough outline of when the second book will be. I just don't know how I will get there just yet. It's like planning out, like doing an animation of like a dragon in a mountain somewhere. But like you haven't really planned out like how the mountain will look, or if it will be like in cave or something like that. Like I have an idea of how it's gonna be. I just haven't like plotted every single 10 out just yet. So it's gonna be done at some point. Alright, so we got all of that right there. Now, I had some words at the door and I can expand it. So let's go ahead and get the words from right there. Yeah, so we got that right. What? How did that? Alright, I guess maybe that's in the building there. Alright, well that's good. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. But yeah, I think the Bankington should probably happen in the next book of the comic. Don't know exactly which panel, but it should happen there, if anything. Alright, so let's go ahead and add more words to it. I wanted to and in port for that horrible. Alright, so let's just put HOR. Alright, so that's good there. Now, I'm just writing like a bunch of like nonsense for this background book here. I just don't know if it would make sense because, as I was saying, alright, so let's see, where was I? And I can't remember what I was about to say. Oh yeah, I don't know if the words are gonna like just take away from the effect of the panel. So I could probably blur the words a little more or something. Actually, I haven't blurred them at all. Let me just see how that would even look. Alright, so that's selected now. I guess that could work. And that should, like, give the fairies, like, more room to, like, breathe and stuff. Because I do not, like, want folks to be too focused on the words. Right. If anything, maybe I'll blur it, but, like, not quite as much. So let's change the blur from a strength of 12 to a strength of 8. No, 8, yeah. Alright, so, and that should do the trick. Alright, so. Because much like the blur right there, even though he's standing on it, it just makes the most sense to do that. Alright, so let's do that blur effect once more. And then I feel like it's time to just go ahead and do what needs to be done. Alright, let's also add this so I can just do multiple. Alright, so that's there. Let's just do this. And this. I like how relaxing this music is. At 10 folk. Alright, so let's just go ahead and do this last part here. Alright, so that's basically all of the words. And it's the best of both worlds because it's still readable if you focus on it, but it should be easily passable because I don't want people to focus on it. It doesn't really have much to do with the story. It's just like window dressing, basically. Alright, so let's actually go here to people and just get rid of these extra wins right here. Let's go and set that selection turn back to normal. And just go here and cut. And here and cut. And now let's actually work on the 10 now. I could just go and grab a frame, but I'm not gonna do all that. I feel like making it like straight up. So these guys, they don't really need to be here. So away they go. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. A nice little blank screen right here. First things first, let's fill it in with a background. Let's switch these colors up. Alright. That didn't work how I expected it to, but it works enough. So we're gonna go here. Let's swing that to about 4. Just fill in all of the white spots because this baby's gonna cover the entire page. So we're gonna just go ahead and do that right now. So let's do that. In fact, I'll have it go a little bit over. See, that would be kind of dumb, but let's keep it that way. So yeah, just a little bit over, and that would be nice. So let's just do that. Alright, so, and I put that in the people there. So, okay, luckily I had it over, so I'm just gonna copy that and delete it. And put that in the proper layer it's supposed to be, which is background. Why did it go that high? I do not know. Alright, At least everything is in order. Alright, sorry if there's a bit of lag. It seems like there's a bit of lag happening right now, but that's fine. Alright, so what I'm thinking is first things first, let's get a nice little moss color going. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Then I could just recolor it to like look more like everything. So right now, let's have this going on. Wait, do I still have the words here? Alright, I do not. Alright, so let's just go to what's the thing that would likely not be there? Alright, so lights and shadows. Yeah, let's go to speech bubbles. Alright, so I'm gonna just put Fairy Destitute in large letters so I can have an idea of where it would be, because I already have a logo planned out and I'll just pull it into there later. And let's just go ahead and do something like that. Caps lock. Let's make it. Alright, let's switch it around and just make this like a nice cyan blue. Alright, so Fairy Destitute. I was originally gonna call this Fairly Destitute, basically like a reference to Fairly Odd Parents, since it's not Fairy Odd Parents. But I figure I would just lean into the fairy aspect because that just makes more sense. So I just went ahead and did that. So let's see. Right, so let's just have that here. That should have a way of knowing. Actually, let's make it a little bit bigger. Then I could just put like #1 at the bottom. Alright, so let's actually get rid of the #1. Alright, so #1. Do comics? I don't really read like physical comics. Actually, I don't really read comics all that much. So let's see. Physical comics, they have the name of it. I don't know if each issue has a name. So let's just go ahead and just call it #1. Traumatic Picnic, or something like that. Alright, so let's just do that, and that is good for the example right up there. Now let's go back down to this, and alright, so we have this going on here. Let's darken it ever so slightly and do here. I had something that did not connect, so let's see where it is. Alright, I guess it's that. Alright, so we have all of that. Alright, so thinking about like having like in the background the fairy lodge, and that would be neat. But anyways, for that, let's actually go and just top this part off. Like have that go here. Have this go here. Just to like even things out a bit. Alright, that was too far. Alright, that's more like it. Alright, so now that that's there, and that's looking pretty decent enough, we're going to have in the building section, let's go ahead and change it up ever so slightly. So let's just move that to about here. That looked fine enough, but more can be done. More can be done. Let's add a little bit more of this color to it. Right, so now there's a slight different tinge to it. I don't necessarily want it to feel like dead grass. Alright, that's more like it. Look at me trying to get the grass colors. Alright, so. Alright, everything here is looking good. And I could worry about making the grass different elsewhere. Alright, so right now, let's actually go and get this color and make it a tad lighter. And I have to make this look like as good as I can. So I'm gonna like try to draw like every single blade. Oh, that's way too big. Right, that's a mighty long blade, so let's just actually move it down a bit. And hopefully it's obvious these are like blades of grass. Alright, so let's just put that down to about here. Alright, so we have like all of these buildings, which are just not even leaves, but just to make it look more ideal. So let's just have this here, and I'm gonna have like 2 more grass blades here. None of them are intersecting, so let's actually change that now, having this one go like this way. Alright, so that's good there. Let's make sure it's all connected up, and I think it is. It is not. Alright, so let's see. Alright, I see the issue. Alright, so that's pretty good. And then let's also do this right here. Alright. I always wait till the end to say this because I forget, but like, be sure to like the stream and subscribe because I do streams like this randomly. Just so you know. Alright, so I like to have like the ground covered in moss because it just looks better than dirt, in my humble opinion. Alright, so that's good there. Oh, and for those of you that don't know, this tin, like each layer, it's higher. Alright, so Like the building stuff would be higher than the ground stuff, and so on. Alright, so anyways, yeah, I think that's enough foreground leaves. So let's actually no, let's actually make this a tad more big. Just to separate these grass blades a little more. I don't know why I bothered to intersect them. Just thought it would look better, I suppose. And it does, I like the look of it, but I need to make the line thicker, just a bit. Alright, so. Alright, so that's good there. Alright, I think I should do the main event now. Alright, so let's actually no, not just yet. Let's go back to, I think buildings yeah. Alright, so let's already have the colors, so I don't need to do another thing. Alright, so let's go here. And let's begin making the praying mantis. And so right now I'm just making like the head, making sure everything looks about right. It's really just a guesstimation. Alright, so let's just do that, and that should be good. Alright, and let's also erase this. Let's erase this too. I'm gonna just duplicate it. Alright, so let's do something kind of like this. Alright, so let's do something like that. Alright, so that's good. I could probably add one more mount spike. Nah. Alright, but anyways, we're gonna make this one a tad thicker. Alright, so must remember the brush size was 4. Just increase this to erase some of it. Alright, so that is wonderful. I don't know if I'm making the head too big. So I'm gonna just move it up a little bit. Alright, so let's just do that. Alright, let's go back to 4s. Alright, and let's have this. And let's go down to 2s and just have some sharp teeth going on about. And let's just have the pupils now too. Actually, I can do those pupils a little bit better. By just having him looking straight at them, like right in the middle. Probably need to erase it later, but that's fine. Alright, so let's also have a nice line going right here. And just this going here. Alright, so now that that's there, let's do that over to here. And yeah, it's just about the same size. Right, so let's go and put that back down to 4s. Yeah, amazed I got 11 folks here. Feels like that was more of like a one-time deal. That's great. Alright, so let's go ahead and put this here and here. Let me just do a little bit of cleanup right there. Excellent. Alright, and let's go back down to, I believe it was 2. And just do this there. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. And alright, let me just do like a rough sketch of how it's gonna be. Alright. Alright, I think the head is big enough. So let's actually focus on the shoulders right now, instead of doing any concern about the neck. Because it doesn't have to be entirely symmetrical. Alright, I was just about to switch the music out because I wasn't really hearing anything. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna do like shading to this as well. Alright, so let's actually cut that to right there. This to here. Alright, let's have the arms be a little bit more skinny. Alright, so that works there. I forgot the brush size already. I think it was 4. Alright, so that's good. Let's see, do I want them to be facing it or not? And so let's see the size. I think it's just about the same size, so let's just do that. Alright, let's do that and select this. Let's have this one be like all up on them. Alright, so let's actually erase and go right here just a bit. Alright, so have all of that there. Alright, so let's have the praying mantis's butt to go about to like here and here. Alright, so that's good for right now. Let's go ahead and just do these ones here. So let's actually change it to tree for them. So right now, song is a bit spooky. I'm gonna change it. Right. I'm trying to do like the head from memory. So let's just do the black right here. Alright, that looks more disgust than scared. Right, let me see. Right, not quite. I just think the eyebrows are a little bit too low. Alright, that's better. Alright, so we have this. Let's do this here. Alright, so got all of this going right here. Alright, so after you're streaming again, keep up the lovely work. Thank you, Connie. It's nice seeing you again. And so right now, I'm just making the title page. Hello, chiming in as a fellow original video animation creator here. Right, that is great. Also, welcome to the stream, Connie, and welcome to the stream, Waden. Right now, I'm just making the, I forget what it's called, but like basically the title of the comic. So right now I'm just making like what people will see first to like get them to want to read the comic. But yeah, I'll probably need to like do research on how to make it look better. So yeah, this is like the rough idea of it. Since I want it to look good, it's going to have like shading and all of that done too. Because you gotta lead with like your best foot forward, so I have to do all of that. Is it an insect comic? Yes, it is. It's about these fairies. It's called Fairy Destitute, and it's basically like a love letter to capitalism. So, like Fairy Destitute, it's about these fairies living their lives in a capitalistic society, and specifically this season, at least, it's going to be about this one fairy man named Lavender, where basically he's doing what he can to save his family because his kids get like ripped up by this praying mantis right here. The fairies, they're only 2 inches tall, and this is like a big praying mantis, so it just eats them. Not really eats them, kill them, it just like mangles them. So what he's basically going to do is he's going to risk his life to go to the human world and basically steal stuff from the humans in order to like get the money to save his kids. But he's going to do like all kinds of unethical stuff along the way to humans so that he can save his kids, basically. And it's perfectly reasonable because those are like people that he loves, and those are just a giant race of people. Sounds like a tragic story. We can't wait to see it soon. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I just finished issue 1, and I'm going to have that one available to purchase, but you can see the whole thing for free like over time because I actually am releasing it every Monday on Newgrounds and on Webtoons. But I'm looking for other places to release it too because Webtoons is just very annoying with its stuff. Alright, so And so we got this here. I believe he had a belt. I don't even remember like the names of the children. But I'm glad you like it so far, at least based on the description I have of it. Alright, so we have this right here, this here. And that's good. Alright, so let's have this here and here. Alright. Let's actually make this leg a little bit bigger. But yeah, this was actually Bonsai, we're the best friends with the first half. Alright, sup Dana? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so. Alright, so. But yeah, this comic book is basically the sister series to an animated pilot that I'm working on called The Cryptic Adventures of Chloe and Caleb. Except that series centers on humans surviving in a world full of mythical creatures. I'm creating a tiny SpongeBob cartoon series, Pancake Man series, Grand Theft Auto, anime, crime, movie, dark fantasy. Alright, that's cool. That's a lot of stuff. That's very neat of you. Like, very ambitious. For me, like, I'm working on like two different series, and like that's a lot for me to handle. I don't know if I can. It's gonna take like forever for me to finish them all, and on top of that, I have like a lot of series that I have ideas for, but don't really have like all of the time to do it. All right, so let's just go ahead and do that here. And put this here. Excellent. And feel the same. Yeah. A fun fact about the fairies is, even though they have 4 arms, they still only have 10 fingers, just like humans do. Because they have 3 fingers on their the top hand, on each top hand, and 2 fingers on each lower hand. Alright, so we have that there. Let's also have this, and I wonder if I should. Alright, I'm trying to decide if I want trying to decide if I want like the grass, the praying mantis to go above the leaves. Probably not. Alright, so let's just have this one go here. Alright, so right now I'm just like having, believe the wife's name is Celosia, the husband's name is Lavender. And I forget the names of the children. Doesn't really matter. They're not really gonna pop up again to a significant degree. But I have their names written down somewhere, so it won't change. I've already stated it somewhere in the comic, so that's fine. Anyway, there were 9 pages of this comic book that I had to scrap because it just felt like it was taking a bit of a while to get to the action, because was 9 pages were before even the incident even was put in place to happen. So I'm going to just have that here, this here. All right, so that works right here. All right, let's also erase this title right here. And so let's have her ears go kind of like this. And then let's just have her weird, wacky hairstyle going on just about. So let's have that and this. Alright, so yeah, like with this comic, it's going to be available for free, like with time, because I'm gonna release all of it like in segments. But if you want to like get all of it like in a nice physical copy, then I'm going to have that available for when it is ready, like fully. Still gonna like go back and read through it, make sure everything like makes sense, is in order. So just gonna do that first. Let's actually reduce the size of the head just a tad, so it matches a little more. Alright, so that's good like that. Alright, so have that here. Let's actually have her arms go kind of like this. And like that. Let's have the chest go kind of like this. Alright, let's change how this hand looks. Alright, I am proud of that hand. It's looking nice. Alright, so let's just do that here. Let's do her flower dress. It's a nice little daisy dress going on. Alright, so let me undo that specific part and go to there. Let's do that and go here. Alright, perfect. Alright. The comic book you're creating will be on Amazon. Yeah, that's the most likely option I'm gonna put it. Because I need to have it where it's print on demand. I just don't see myself getting like enough people to justify like having a printer and making each one myself. So I'll probably just have it be print on demand on Amazon, or I think I'll probably try it with Shopify too, because I think Amazon takes a significant portion of the profit. So yeah, I'll just have to look more into it basically and just see what I can do. Alright, so we're gonna have that here. But yeah, like I said, it's just if anyone wants a physical copy. I'm gonna release the entire tin for free. It's just gonna come out after some time. So if you can wait for it, then you get the whole tin for free digitally. So we got all of this right here. Right, so we got this. Let's put this here. And I know it's really not an ideal business model, but I just like the idea of people like seeing my work. So, and there's still a lot of people that would like happily just pay for it, even though it's that. All right, so it would sound nice. I'd love to read it sometime. All right, that is great. All right, so let's have that. Actually, let's have this leg go this other direction. And so, yeah, for right now, I'm doing the line work. And then if I have enough time, I'm going to go do some game dev, because I actually have a game here that I've been working on that's also set in the same universe as this one and the Cryptic Adventures of Chloe and Caleb. I have a lot of like mixed universes. Marvel really did a number on my imagination. Alright, so we got all of this right here. Alright, so I think I should probably make her a bit skinnier. So let's just do that. And boom, skinnier. Alright, so got that. But yeah, I just love creating stuff. And I'm sure you do too, Waden. Like, creatives like us. Wait a second. I could have sworn that I had it so that I can have like the brush, or you can see the brush. Did the tin drift down? I don't know. Like earlier in the stream, I'm almost certain you guys can see like the number of the brush I've been using. Because right now I'm using 3 and you shouldn't be able to see it. And you should have been able to see it before. I know it's a weird thing to get hung up on. It's just, I'm pretty certain that I set it where it's visible. Alright, well anyways. Alright, so let's just go and get back into this before I get on another weird tangent. Alright, so let's just do that here and this here. Alright, so C looks like much bigger than him. And I think I should probably make her smaller instead of making him bigger, because I'm gonna have the parents in this too. Alright, so yeah, but I'm gonna finish drawing her too, so like her tin is like more uniform. Alright, so just gonna do that and that. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that little ton right there. I'm just gonna have it go all crazy like a ton from Invader Zim. But yeah, there's some jokes, some tragedy, a lot of tragedy. But yeah, it's gonna be a nice little time. Alright, let's have it go like that instead of having it end there. Because that would just look a bit too weird. I used that paint platform to create stick figures, Kung Fu. I couldn't get to finish up because of technology issues. But hopefully soon when I buy my graphics tablet, I can get to use paint.net again. Yeah, that would be great. Like, paint.net is my favorite program to use. I use Krita, but I don't use it for art. I use it just to like plan stuff out. And I think it's kind of ironic that like I use Krita for that, when like most artists like use Krita to paint, but paint.net is just so much better in my humble opinion. Especially like the shadow tools, because like when you do transparency, oh gosh, I need to slow down, Reason, slow down. Alright. Transparency. Finally got it. It took a minute, but I got there. Alright, but see, as you can see, it's all one layer, but like in Krita, it will just jitter, and you can't do it anywhere near as easy. And it's just annoying to do, and then you have to like make a whole layer on a different tin, and I just want to fill it in right on the same image. It's not much to ask for, but Krita does not allow me to do that. So paint.net is my dude. Alright, so here we are. I got this going along right here. I'm going to have her tiny little wings here. That win is not going to do anything, but alright, so have that here. So let's actually go and move her a little bit over, and then hopefully the layer would be a little bit more. So let's just hold shift to like shrink her down nice and proper. Alright, so that's good like that. Yeah, she's just a little bit taller, and that's what I'm going for basically. And let's just do that to have her right here. Alright, the line work doesn't seem all that bad, so I'm gonna just still like paint it in and see if it's any improvement. Alright, so I got all of that there. Alright, so I like the lines, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna erase this. Just connect this guy up. Alright, so now these guys, their lines are a bit thicker than the Manta, so I'm just gonna give her that treatment and just let her be. Now, her clothes specifically will likely blend into the background there, at least for this image, because that's how I remember her being. And yeah, I can just fill it in with like the proper colors later. Oh, 15, that's awesome. Alright, so it was the best painting platform to make characters for animations. Right now, I'm using Amiga Paint from the early 1980s for my cartoons and animations. Alright, that's cool. For when I make cartoons, I usually use OpenToons. That's the same thing that apparently Studio Ghibli uses. I need to make this eye bigger because I just realized the paint layer here is kind of inadequate because I just didn't connect it up. Alright, so let's just do this, and I'm gonna make the eye bigger too. Alright, so. But yeah, I did not do this eye adequately. But now it is much better. Alright, let's actually up the lyrics to 4, because I think, yeah, 4 is about how it looks right now. And I need to not forget her eyebrows, because that's how you tell the girl fairies apart from the boy fairies. Oh, 16. Oh, that's the highest I ever got. Alright, so, anyways. Alright, so we have that there. And I'm gonna keep her pupils small, just cause. Let's keep this teeth in a nice ideal situation. So let's do that to a tree. Let's do this here. Alright, so that is great. Alright, so I think I'm done with her specifically for the line work at least. Alright, I still haven't decided if I should have the praying mantis be behind the grass or in front of it. So yeah, that is the issue here for me right now. I'm gonna drink a bit of water. Excuse me. I urinated before this, and I have the slight feeling to do it again. But I'm not going to, because it's going pretty well right now. And I don't want to mess that up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright. I don't know if it's common, but like in my culture at least, it's more common to like say excuse me after a burp, because it's more polite that way. This specific song that's playing right now is made by Karu. I'm gonna actually turn it down because it's a pretty loud song. But like for the next hour, if you want me to turn up the music, I will be able to, because it's not at the max volume. This is specifically their Gravity Falls, Amphibia, and Owl House remix. Alright, so, just to let you know. Alright, let's see, let's actually go here and cut. There we go. And let's go to 4s and just have a nice, bigger outline here. Excuse me. I think this works fine. Alright, so let's have the line go kind of like this. Then last but not least, let's do that here. And perfecto. Alright, so. Alright, I read that already. But yeah, it's nice having so many folks just be here and just chill. Ow, my neck. Alright, so, you know, seeing this, it kind of makes it seem like the praying mantis is the main character, but based on the name, I feel like the point will come across just fine. Excuse me. Alright, I think I will draw the legs. Alright, so first things first, let's do this main leg here. I don't know why I'm saying main leg. They're all equally important. They are unlike the legs of the arms of the fairies. So let's just go and have the leg go here. Here and here. Oh, 17. That's the most. by far. Alright, so anyways. Alright, so let's do that and do this. Alright, so got this going on right here. Alright, everything seems to be lagging right now, so I'm just going to quickly save it and hopefully there is no crash. Loading bar, it's taking so long to load. It says 57, but it looks nearly done. Okay, it loaded. Then, if anything, I could probably redraw the grass over it. I don't know where this lag is coming from. Right, so like at least the robot voice isn't happening. It just seems laggy to me. It's just sometimes back in the day, whenever I streamed, every once in a while there would be an immense amount of lag where I couldn't get anything done, and then my voice sounded extremely robotic. And I don't mean like monotone like how I usually do. It just sounds like Dane Clanker showed up in chat. Well, not in chat, but like in me. And that is so annoying when that happens. But it only lasts a minute, so I guess I can't complain that much. Still don't like it though when it does that. Alright, so that's the first two legs. I don't know if I'm making them too thin or not. Let's just see how this one would look thicker. So let's just do that here, this here, and this here. Yeah, that actually works well. So that thicker leg is gonna do that. Then I can save the thinner one for later, if anything. Alright, so
I'm so bored. These games.
And skip. Alright, so I remember the brush size is 4, so let's just go ahead and do that and eraser this. But yeah, I streamed the creation of a whole bunch of this comic. So like these streams are actually a way to get like early glimpses into it, because not only are you guys seeing it first, but you're also like consuming it first. Because this tin that I'm drawing right here, it's not gonna appear in the comic book, like the web version at least, for at least a few months or so, like 2. Because I got a huge backlog of this. But yeah, I'm so passionate about this. It actually pulled me out of my I think call it an artistic runt or creator's block. It was something. I just wasn't able to make art for quite a while now because I was just demotivated. And now I finally found something that like made me very motivated to complete my work and stuff, which is great. Alright, so. Alright, so that's good there. Alright, so let's have this leg go up like pretty high. And so that's good like that. But yeah, I recently found this interesting news show about this horrible teacher just being horrible to the kids. And that is just so unfortunate. But it is an entertaining show. Alright, so got that right there. That's good. And I'm with you on that one. Drawing and art classes got me into animation, so I could finally create my movies and series. That's good. For me, I actually have a friend named Maddie too that actually just recently enrolled in art class. I've never been to art class. Like everything that I've done is like more or less self-taught. That's why I don't really look anywhere near as good as like folks that have been doing it with shorter time. But I just really enjoy the process of it. Not really trying to be like exceedingly superior, like exceedingly good. But I'm just trying to like enjoy the process, you know? That's just like what I like to do. So, I like how that turned out, like with the legs. I just don't know about the booty of this guy. It just looks a bit off. Right, but anyways, I'm just gonna do some painting right now of how this guy should look. And then I'll just fill it in properly later. You kidding me? It's literally 2 pixels, and the 2 pixels are colored, so alright, whatever. Let's just fix that up. Should be fine. New fairy stream, OMG. Sup, Benja dog? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, finally, what the heck? That looks kind of neat, but not what I'm going for. It kind of looks like a bat wing. Alright, so let's just do that. Every single time I fill something in, it just fills in dang near the entire page. You're just naturally talented. Thank you, Ape Green. I'm glad you think that. Alright, so let's actually put these here. Then let's do this, this, and that. Uh-oh. Yeah, I knew that was a bad sign. That usually means somehow the whole image got filled in. And I don't even know how that would have happened, but it did. So, Pete, thank you, Benja. And really, thank you so much, Ape Green. It really makes my day, you said that. Alright, so, but yeah, this isn't like the final color of the mantis. I already have like a established look to it. I'm just doing this for right now because I can't really be bothered to go and find that exact mantis and just like copy and paste the color in right now. So I'm just gonna do this and then I'll add it in later. Alright, so I think that one was the entry point. You're welcome. Alright, so yeah, and only thing is, like, with all of these legs being the same color as the arm. Alright, let's actually solve this now by darkening the leg ever so slightly. Ironically, the darkening of the leg is probably the color it's supposed to be, but I'll just keep that in mind for later. Okay, so that's good, like that, like this, and like that. Alright, so I need to get a black outline back out again because the paint tool was just doing too well right now. Alright, so and let's also make this a bit bigger. And so there we go. And so that's good like that. I was wondering if I should like have its mouth open instead of like having such a relatively small toothy smile. I'm not sure. I'll just do both for a bit. So let's go have that in the secondary layer. Alright, so this and that should do well. But yeah, the color is much more green, but it's more green than yellow, but I'm just doing this for now. Yeah, I'm glad so many folks joined up on the stream. I want to just thank all of you for watching right now. I'm just glad you guys are here. Alright, so let's just do this and this, this and that. Last but not least, just these last two here. Oh, right, I guess that's that then. And so, let's just do this, this. But yeah, this praying mantis, he looks a bit friendly, and that's an issue. Like, even though I think most folks know what a praying mantis is, which is like a massive super predator. And by massive, I mean relatively speaking. It's not... There's no giant mantises around killing humans, but for a bug, yeah, this tin is huge. And fairies are basically kind of like bugs. Right, so we have this here. And let's actually put that down to tree. We just have like layers of this to go. Oh, and I forgot to add the color to this one. It'd also be a Kung Fu Fighting Styles, the Mantis. Oh yeah. I used to love that movie, Kung Fu Panda. And if I remember correctly, actually no, it wasn't him. I was about to say, I think Jackie Chan, like, he talked in the Praying Mantis, but it wasn't him. It was Seth Rogen that talked in the Mantis. I think Jackie Chan talked in the Monkey. I think that was it. Suppose it could have... No, it wasn't... He didn't talk in the Crane. David Cross, I think, talked in the Crane. For those of you that don't know, I think David Cross was that bald-headed man in Alvin and the Chipmunks. But yeah. So that means he definitely talked in the Monkey. And I think Lucy Liu talked in the Snake. I don't know who talked in Tigress. But one that I know for sure, Jack Black, he talked in the Panda that we all enjoy so much. Alright, so The Legend of the Dragon Warrior. Alright, so got that there. And let's go ahead and do this right here. Just to make that a little bit more, just a little more logical, I should say. Alright, so yeah, again, the colors are gonna look a little different, but for now, this is pretty good for what I'm going for. Then, if I have enough time, I will go over and do a little bit of game dev. I'm focusing on this because I have no idea what I'm going to do in the game dev part. Oh, 16 viewers, that's great. Alright, so let's see. Alright, everything looks to be in order right here. Alright, so let's actually finally get rid of this little building part right here. Not needed right now at all. So let's go back over to people. Now, this looks nice, but I think it can look better. So let's actually hide the speech bubble layer so that I can copy this and just have like a secondary head go on here. And then we can just like have a little vote. That, and I also think maybe the head is a little bit too big. I don't know. This is a cartoony comic book with some violence in it, but I'm just gonna redo the whole bottom part of the mouth from scratch. Oh, let's cut that. In fact, I could probably get away with just doing it in building. Yeah, let's do that. So that way I don't have to worry about it interacting and connecting. So let's cut it, then go to light and shadow, then just do that there. And now I can interact with and not really bother any of the other paintings, which is great. All right, so and by paintings I mean like just drawings. I do paint, but I don't really show it because that's just for me. I like painting like in real life personally. The work looks crazy. I love it. Thank you. All right, so I like how it looks. I'm an all right painter in real life. So let's see. Trying to find out like how I want these to look. So I'm basically trying out the open mount version, and I'm gonna see how it would look here, because I'm trying to like make this praying mantis look menacing somehow, and that's relatively hard to do. I can make monsters, but I want this to still look somewhat quote-unquote realistic. I'm not delusional. I look at this, obviously it's not realistic. I'm just saying like more based in real life than usual. Alright, so let's actually grab this. Oh, that is not a strong grab whatsoever. Alright, let's change it to about 60. Alright, let's change it to 100. Alright, don't want that big of a layer. Oh no. Alright, so let's change it to 58. Oh my god. Alright, so so 58. Oh my god. Alright, so let's go ahead and move this here. Alright, so that's good like this. Alright, you're welcome, bro. Alright, so let's, what did I just do? Oh, I see the issue now. Okay. We got that there. Alright, so let's also increase the brush size to 20 so that I can erase this all quick and easy like. Because there's a really fine layer of pixels that I don't necessarily want. This music kind of sounds romantic. I suppose it is lovely. It's pretty late. I guess it could be considered an evening. Alright. Oh, I think I heard the robot voice. Yep. 17. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The robot voice sure picks the worst time to show up. Alright, so let's get back to layer 4. I mean brushwood 4. Let's just keep on announcing everything. You know, I really should urinate now since the robot voice is happening. I was just about to go and do it, but the robot voice is finally done, and I can finally draw now. Thank goodness for that. Alright, so. So let's have the mouth layer go kind of like that. And I know praying mantises, they don't really have all of that, but I just like that too. Alright, so let's have this going on like so. Alright, so this is basically what I was thinking. Like, with having the mouth open instead of closed. Because in the first image it's closed, so I was thinking about just having it kind of like this. So, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Alright, so let me just do a little bit more for this one. So let's actually shrink the brush size down to 2. And let's shrink it up to 3. Draw it up to 3, I mean. And let's just have some additional teeth here. Just one more here. And yeah, it's kind of connected, but I think it's fine. Alright, so I'm going to like leave it in the chat for a bit, and I want you guys to vote which one you want to see like be the permanent head of this guy. If you want it to be the open mount or the closed mount, it should be like easy to tell the difference. So just let me know. I'm gonna go just use the bathroom real quick while you guys decide. Alright, be right back. All right, I am back. And welcome to the stream, Hip. Welcome to the stream. Oh, 18 viewers. I think that's the highest I've ever gotten it. All right, extra awesome. All right, so but yeah, it looks like the verdict is in, and Open Mouth is clearly the winner. All right, so maybe the mantis looks like it's getting ready to attack. Yeah, it is. It's about to attack these two fairies right here. Didn't color them in yet, though. Alright, so let's go ahead and just do this, and then I can erase it later. Just gonna have it roughly outlined, and then I could just connect it in a bit. Alright, so let's just do that, and alright, so let's just do that here. Copy, then I'll just go down to people and paste it. And there's no trace of the original head now. Now let's go back up to here and delete this. Now back down to people. I wonder. Let's actually try and do like another creative tin here. Right, I want to do something kind of like this. And then something kind of like this. Alright, so I think that would look pretty interesting. Alright, so 19. Oh my gosh. That is such a big number. Alright, so got this right here. Yeah, the game dev stuff is not really gonna be like as artistic because I already finished like a bunch of the art for the game dev part. So if I do get to it, that's why it will be different. Right, so got that here. Let's get this here. But yeah, the deadline for the game jam already passed quite some time ago. I decided to like... Oh, that just looks ridiculous now. Let me actually move this a little bit, like so. Alright, that could work. Alright, so... Alright, let's actually reveal this again. I may spitball some more names. I was originally just gonna call it the picnic, but maybe traumatic picnic might be better. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really good at names, so I'm just picking the names from the get-go, and hopefully it works out. So yeah, I don't know what I want the name of this issue to be, or if names are even possible for individual comic books when it comes to this, but I just really don't know a lot about these sorts of things. Right, so I also wanted to see if I can like do this, like just make it look a little bit more odd. Alright, so let me just see how this would look. Alright, so there. Didn't mean to do that, but alright. Alright, so there, and just there. Cut. Why didn't it cut the rest of them? Alright, cut. Alright. Let's see. I think maybe it would look better the other way. Alright, so that's looking pretty good. I was planning on like having like the whole fairy society in the background, but maybe not. Alright, I think I'm going to make a copy of how this guy looks, like everything I have so far, and just copy it in my pyramid layer, because yeah, so that's good. And let's get rid of the, actually no, let's move that up to here. So I just have a nice little extra bit just in case. Alright, so let's go back. And yeah. Just wanted that because I want to see how it would look with a nice little tin here. So I'm going to, so that's normally above the storyboard. Let's see how this would look here. And yeah, that looks good like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. Because it's just crawling from the back, in from the grass. It just feels more spooky. Right, and this is going to be rather annoying to like recolor, but that's fine. So, just doing a bit of cleanup right here. Alright, so here we are. Alright, so that looks pretty good. I'm just wondering if I should have it also go behind the other blade of grass. Well, it's right next to it, so I don't see why it wouldn't go behind that too. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but anyways, that's why I took the liberty of having like just copying over that so that I can just have it look more spooky and stuff. Right, and I think it paid off very well. Since that grass blade is far away, I'll just leave that one to be in front of it. Alright, so yeah, that looks much better now in my opinion. Alright, so let's just go ahead and put it back down to 4. Alright, so let's go here. Alright, so let's just put that here. And last but not least there. Actually, that wasn't the last. This is the last. And the least. Alright, so, let's put that there, and everything should be fine right now. 20! Holy moly. Never had that much people come here before. Alright, well, thank you guys for showing up. Alright, anyways, let's just go ahead and keep this going. Alright, let's just keep it going to about there, and then I have to just remember to fill in that part. 21. Goodness gracious. Alright, remember to like the stream if you would like it. If you don't, that's fine though. Alright, so got this right here. Let's also put this here. I'm making it so it looks like this dude is right behind the grass, just sneaking up on these fairies. This is actually the cover. Finally remembered the name of it for my comic book that I'm making, or shall I say made, because I actually finished it last stream for the most part. Still have to do some finishing touches here and there. Alright, so that's good. So let's increase that to about 9. Alright, so that part's good. Let me just see. I just need to do... Oh, that's the incorrect color. Alright, I'll get back to that then. Alright, so let's change that back to 4. Alright, so that's good. And this is good too. Alright, everything seems to be fine with this tin's butt, so I'm gonna move on from that. And alright, let's do the underneath, right underneath its butt. Or thorax, as I'm pretty sure it's called. I think with insects they have the thorax, the abdomen, and I forget what they call the head. It's probably just called head, but it's something. But it's something. And I think with arachnids, they just have the abdomen and the thorax for like the spider-like one specifically. The F? Alright. I want to find out what that function even is, because I don't even know what a clone stamp is. But it might be useful. I don't know. That's a question to Google later, if I remember. Alright, so I think all of that is very good now. Actually, this one needs to be erased a little bit. Alright, so now that is much better looking. Alright, so I'm gonna drink a bit of water. But I streamed relatively often, like this week or so. Alright, so 23, holy moly. So many people. I wonder where they're from. And I don't mean that in a creepy way. I'm wondering, like, if you're coming, like, from a phone, like, if it's on there, or if it's, like, a true live stream thing. I'm just not certain. But, yeah. That's just something I'll just be wondering about. Right, so. That's good there. But I usually can't hold on to those ones like from the short form area for too long. So I think I'm doing well there. Alright, I'm just going to grab these two and just shrink them down. Alright, so let's just have these two here. Alright, so let's get the skin color and the hair color. Oh dang, I made him look high. Anyways. Alright, so that's looking good. Now, let's zoom in on here because I think more can be done here. So I'm actually going to have it just to form his head like that. Need to find a 10 for their mounts. I need 4. Oh my, oh my. I'm gonna just change that out to make it a little bit, and then just make it a little more red.
Again, don't know where, don't know
Right,
where,
so that's good.
but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep like you dudes always do.
Better just let him sin anyways.
Till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long.
25.
They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was screaming this song. We'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. From the bloody talk to casting magic, we're just in shock. Oh, come on now, what is next day? Talking rock. In your journey you met good friends and a new pet. Wherever you may go, you fought a hive mind AI, a very angry old slime, and a talking Dorito.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming tonight to our show. We're glad we got to spend some time with you all, from the frogs to the demons and those witches at the back. Let's run that one more time, yeah? All right, folks.
So how about that? A big finale, the best for
26.
last.
Oh my.
So we hope that you've enjoyed and had a blast. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know where.
Alright, so that looks good like that.
Again, some sunny day.
Alright, so let's actually go to the background,
My good friends, thanks for the best of days.
because this needs a little more texture to me.
I hope we meet again sometime, someday. I know we'll meet again.
So
Some
that should be good.
sunny day.
Why did it go there? It wasn't supposed to go there. And that's more like it. It's 27. Wow. Okay. Alright, so that looks good like that. Alright, I think it might need some more grass. I don't know though. And I'm thinking maybe the grass in the back could be a little bit darker. Alright, so let's just do this. Then let's just do that to about like 54. I don't want it to be that much darker, and then this can be to around that. All right. So yeah, I think that's a good call. All right, so let's just do that. Alright, so that's good there. Alright, now I think that's the proper amount of grass. Alright, so this is looking good so far. Alright, so I like how the grass is looking with it too. Just think that maybe more grass could be needed. So I'm actually going to go to sky stuff. I think that would work out well. So I'm going to go to sky stuff and put it there. Alright, so let's go to there. Let's make it dark there and dark here. I didn't really unify how dark, but so the blade is gonna look kind of like this. So yeah, that's plenty dark. Alright, so let's just have it go kind of like this. Now I'm just doing like a bunch of lines. In fact, what I ought to do. Let's get rid of here. And let's just like have a nice big connecting line here so I don't have to concern myself too much. And let's just go with it to about here. Yeah, that should be good. Alright, just one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I am back. There's a slight chance I may have to finish soon, but I think it should be fine. We should be fine for quite some time. Alright, so I'm just gonna have like a whole bunch of those tins here to like ideally break it up. Now what I ought to do is like just have like the automatic layers go off there, but I don't think it's too necessary. Alright, so let's just do that like so. And I'm actually going to like try to like have each one just be their own tin. Now this could be easier without the mantis in the way, so I'm going to just disconnect it for a bit. Now just focus on the outer layers, so it's just easier to do it like that. But yeah, I don't mind having to make this one complex. Because, well, it just needs to be complex. You gotta put some love and care in order to attract some folks to it. And that's just the facts. Them's the facts, dudes. Okay. So, let's just go ahead and put this here. And I couldn't even get the sentence out. It fully colored itself in. Alright, so. And I kind of want to hide like the town like in the bushes or something, and I think that would look pretty cool. Alright, so let me actually do this real quick because I also want it to like have the darkness here. Alright, so that's just gonna be a tick one, and I'm actually gonna go back to the background layer. Just have this here and just go and put all of it like so. And like so. And that should help it immensely. Yeah, that's the stuff. Alright, so. And let's go back to sky stuff, I believe, and go back to people. And there we go. I can't remember. I think twos or was it trays? Tray seems to be the one, so I'm gonna go with that. And I'm actually going to put this layer back up. So let's just do that. And I simply must remember to like make these background layers much lighter, much smaller, I mean, than these foreground grass. So yeah, that's of high importance right there. And I think this could be one of those situations where less may in fact be more. But I don't feel like taking the risk. This is like my first one, so I'd rather just go gun-ho about it. Alright, so I think if anything, I would want like the town to be like right over there in the top right corner. So yeah, I'll just go and think about that too. But I also want to like worry about the sky. And by worry, I mean just like obsess over it a little bit in detail. Alright, so because whenever you look up at the sky, it's just so beautiful. It's a beautiful sight to see. Alright, so but yeah, I'm glad that everyone seems to be just chilling and at least having a decent time. I know I am, and maybe I'm projecting here, but I feel like you guys are too, at least to an extent. Just want to thank you guys for being here. I'm not leaving, I'm just saying thank you. Alright, so I know I feel like a PBS Kids special right now, just thanking people randomly, but that's just how I feel. I'm glad you guys are here, and that's that. Alright, so and I don't really have as much detail here with these blades of grass, but I think it's working out quite well. Alright, so yeah, by the way, I did not participate in Art Fight this year, and yeah, I just figured I would say it. This kind of looks like the same color as this foreground moss, but I think that should be a decent enough tint to like overlook. Alright, let's undo that. It's important I don't put any background grass on foreground moss. Now I was thinking about like having like these little dirt patches, like to just break the monotony of the moss. So I'll just have to think about that. But anyways, yeah, I don't know why I did that layer there. Let me just see how it would look that way. I mean, it's fine, but I prefer it with the dark green underneath it. Now, I'm not really much of a forester, so but I have seen like grass and moss grow close together. I'm just not certain if like they would be like dang near on the same like piece of area. Alright, but it should be fine. I don't think anyone will mind that too much, if anything. Alright, so I think that's good there. And I still need to draw the parents. Right, 34. I've been streaming for nearly 3 hours. 9 likes. Awesome. So that's good, and it's also just removed that. Actually, it's preventing me from like filling up the entire screen, so I don't have to wait if I misclick. Alright, I'll just leave that there. Clever move on my part, by accident. I like to do these accidentally good stuff. Alright, so I'll do this better, but for now I'm going to see, should I have that in building? I think buildings would be a better spot for it. Alright, so let's go ahead and put that there. And this wouldn't be like the entirety of the log. I'm just gonna have this here. This here. Then let's also have some blades of grass just lining the wall here. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so alright, let's actually get rid of that sky stuff lines because it's distracting me a bit. Alright, so let's just do that here. And this here. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so let's just go ahead and do this to make it brown. So let's do this, make it even darker. Let's just have some nice little tree lines going. Some nice happy little tree lines. And so let's actually zoom in a bit. Alright. Let me just make them like slightly more jaggedy because I'm making it slightly too smooth. Alright, so that looks good. Alright, I'm gonna actually change this to 10. And I'm just gonna put it right here. Yeah, no one will really see that, but I like to just put my name and like stuff like that sometimes. Alright, so let's go ahead and make the layer a bit darker and just put it to 2. I don't know if I did this correctly. So I'm just gonna have the lines go kind of like this. Alright, so so that's good. Let's get some darkness going on here. And let's go to tree and just have it go all the way up to here. I don't know if that branch is gonna still be there or not, but I'm just gonna keep it going to about here and here. So I'm actually going to make this one this color, but like slightly more blue to like signify its distance just a little bit. Let's make it slightly darker too. Alright, so that should do it. Alright, so let's actually look at the color of this tin here. Just like make it blacker. Alright, so that's good like that. Alright, so there we go. I'm still astonished that I got 25 folks here. Alright, so alright, so everything here is looking mighty fine. Alright, so let's actually erase a bit of this. So let's just do that here, and then I'll just make this part here dark. But yeah, I'll just worry about cleaning those parts up a bit later. Alright, so let's also do that there, and then I'll just add on to this a little later. But for now, I want to at least make a little bit of leeway on the sky. Alright, so think I'm going to do the sky in the background there because that's just the best place to do it. And yeah, I need to like put some mushrooms on the tin. Like I already made a pretty nice looking like fairy town from far away because they all live in that dead log over there. Some of them live in that living tree. But anyways, alright, so here's what I need to do. So I'm in the background layer. Let's go ahead and add a nice shade of like kind of this color. Then let's add some of this color but make it a bit brighter because I think that would look pretty nice. Oops. Alright, so this is what I'm looking for. Alright, so I'm thinking like the event happens at night relatively when it's becoming nighttime. So I'm thinking like a nice bit of darkness here with the slight gradient of like that color. I think that would look pretty nice. Alright, but let me see here. I think pink is an interesting color. This is a nice color too, but I kind of want it slightly different. Alright. And I could not imagine how long this would take, like, when painting. Because I do paint in real life sometimes. And it takes quite a while. But it's a nice, like, fun project. And so I think right here is pretty nice. So let's do that. And let's actually get sky stuff back in here because I want to see how the whole tin ties together. And sky stuff is perfect like for the moon. So I'm going to actually have the moon be there. Alright, so for secondary, let's get rid of this. Excuse me. Let's actually have this other primary color be here. Let's make it kind of pinkish. Like, just that level of pinkish and do that. Then have a nice little gradient going on there. Need a rectangle, but not quite yet. Let's go here. Put that right here. Alright, so like right there. And the moon, like it isn't in the panel itself, but I don't think anyone would be like, hey, this isn't accurate. There's no moon here. But I don't think they would mind that, but they might. I don't know. I would hope they don't. Alright, so I'm looking at beautiful pictures of galaxies right now, and I know I could never really copy that over, like at least to the extent of right now. But yeah, that's just a limitation of mine. Alright, so let's just go here, do that. Alright, let's have it fill in all the way. There, and that should like have a nice simulation of it. The moon is more or less that color, so let's just go ahead and have that, and then to darken it and then add a little bit of pink to it just to have all of those markings and stuff that's inside of the moon. So let's just do something like that. And then I could probably add like a slight blur to the inside. I'm just doing random stuff. I don't really have a picture of the moon. And if I ever draw the moon, it's gonna look completely different. It's gonna be a circle at least, but it's gonna look different. Then let's just add some tiny little freckles for it. Could just make the brush a tad bigger and then just click. Yeah, that works much more. Alright, so that's good like that. And paint and fill everything in. Alright, so I think that looks nice. So let's just do a loop around it. Because it looks good, but I think it has a chance of looking better if I add just a slight blur to it. So let's just do the blur. Don't want it to be a heavy blur. So something kind of like, see, one is it completely. So let's just do a tray, and I think that does it. All right, I like how that looks. Let's also add some clouds. I've recently tried painting some clouds, and the clouds I paint look okay. They don't really look good, anywhere near as good as I can do it when I'm drawing, because I have to mix the paint individually, and sometimes the paint acts differently than you would expect it to. So I'm going to just lower the opacity here and actually use this. Alright, so let's just change it to... Oh, that's a big jump. Alright, so let's just change it to... Oh my, that's not supposed to be it. That's 1600, I want 40. Alright, so let's just do something kind of like this. Alright, that's a bit too bright. I don't want that. Actually, let's make it like that, but also make it darker, just a bit. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so we have this here. Alright, so let's just have this here. This here. Just a few amount of clouds to like break up the monotony. So that's good. And just those letters right there look good like that, but I'm gonna change it out to a logo I already made. Right, but yeah, it looks good so far, everything does. Alright, so let's go ahead and go down to 14. And yeah, it just makes it a bit brighter here. Right, so let's just go ahead, put this here. Then like after everything, I think I'll probably just add a bit more blur. And it would just like tie the whole thing up just a little bit better. And another thing I like about Paint.net is you could just paint it right on top of it and it automatically blends in and adds it, and that's just so nice. Alright, so got that there. Alright, so that's good. Thinking maybe I can add some dark parts, so let's see how that would look. Alright. And I don't know about that. Alright, let's make it real dark. So that's good there. Alright, so I think those look pretty nice. And so let's just have this here and this here. Right. Like just this alone looks good, but I think it will really tie everything together once I blur it. Alright, so that's good like that. Alright, so I'm gonna also just increase it to 20 and just add a bit of extra darkness here, just on its own. And then just a little bit here. Alright, so I think that looks good. Alright, now look at that. That is looking absolutely marvelous. Alright, so yeah, so let's just see how that would look blurred. And that reminds me I need to like not include the moon there. Actually, let me get rid of that last cloud. Oh, I accidentally painted that part. Alright, well, that's fine. Alright, I think it being blurred is fine. So maybe right here is good. Alright, so we have all of that right there. Not sure if it looks better blurred or not blurred. It just feels like it pops a bit more. I'm looking at some clouds now, and the clouds pop. It's not all that blurry, so I think I'm just gonna leave it be and not let it be blurred. Alright, so yeah, I think it looks good like that. Let me just do this real quick. And not quite what I want. Oh yeah, I just realized. That makes sense. Alright, let me try this. Alright, not really want what I want either. But hey, that works. Let me just try it with a 66 one. Nah, that's good. Oh, actually, let me try the opacity. So let's reselect everything, and so it's very opaque now, so let's just minus it by 17. Alright, so I think that works. I don't know. Been here since day one. Sup, Max Animator? Nice seeing you again. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want these clouds to be this poppin' color or... I don't know what just happened. They were darker, but you know, I think I'll just leave them like this. Alright, so alright, so I think that looks good there. And I kind of want some stars to go. I would make them more blended into the sky. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because, like, it seemed like a bit too much, but I kind of like it this way, so I might leave it. I'm gonna try blending it, like, one more time, though. Gaussian blur plus. I haven't tried that before, but I'm gonna just try just regular Gaussian blur. Just see how that is. Yeah, I think it's just a bit too blurry. Maybe with a blur of like 12 or 8. I think that would be good. But yeah, I'm just not too sure about it. Well, let's look at what I want it to do. I don't want people to like pay too much attention to the clouds. So I'll just make it to like an 11. Yeah, so I want people to like more look into the foreground. So we got the moon here. I just really like how all of these look though. So I'm going to raise the opacity again, and I'm just going to do just a few stars speckled in the sky. Not much. Just to like show, hey, this is somewhere in the forest. Yeah, it's not gonna have too much stars, just that amount. Alright, that's perfect. Alright, so that's good there, that's good there. Might blend the trees, but that's irrelevant right now. Since I'm in sky stuff already, let's just go hide the person. Just go here. Alright, so let's just do a few more blades of grass, because I think that would be very nice and helpful. And let's actually get rid of that massive line. Alright, so that's much better. But yeah, how you been, Max? If you're still here. Alright, so we got this here. And let me put this here, and excellenta. And I'm not really gonna focus on the details for this grass, like all the way in the back here. Because it's not really important details. Alright, so let's just have this here, this here. Alright, so that's good here, 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 and here. And luckily I caught that right there. And so let's just do this. Alright, so that's good like that. And so let's add one more, like just a few more grass blades. And I think this is perfect. It's not too uniform, and it's just like nice and like drawn out basically. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this ended up looking. Right, now, one thing that I want to see is, let's go to the background layer. So we got that, let's see how this would look brown. Because I want to see like patches of dirt. I just don't want it to blend in too much and like look kind of like part of the tree. And I think that works well there. Right. Right, maybe I should just make some patches of it just a little bit darker. Like just this. I don't know. I just need something to break it up a bit. Well, it's fine as it is. I should stop worrying about it too much. Alright, so that's... Yeah, I have to look at it like with fresher eyes, but it looks like it could work. In fact, that layer looks like it can just work like right down there. It's like a transition layer between the two. I don't know. But, let's see. Well, anyways, I think that looks great. So, let's just go and move on to a more important event. So, let's go back to people and make the parents, because they need to be there. And so let's have this one go here and here. And let's change out the ears. Alright, so let's just have him go kind of like this. So let's have him holding a seed as if it were a knife, because this happens in the comic. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so I need to like just stack him right next to his daughter, just so I can see how tall they are. Alright, so I wonder how long I've been streaming for. Okay, a little over 3 hours, so let's keep it going. Want to at least have like a rough outline of this done, and I think this looks completely beautiful. Alright, so let's just put this here. Alright, so right next to his daughter, he is about they near the same size. Alright, so let's just make him a little bit bigger. Here should do it. Alright, so right here should do it. Because I don't want his wings to like cut off this guy's antenna. Alright, so that would be good. Ow. So I'm just gonna have the winds go out to right here. Alright, so just go and have this here. And have this here. So let's have the shirt go like this. But I am so happy with how this is turning out so far. Oh my, okay. Alright, so I think that is looking good so far. Now I just have to do his wife Celosia. This is Lavender, by the way. Yeah, like I said, I don't know why I was stressing so much about the clouds. Like, this is more of stuff in the back foreground that I want them to look at. A lot of folks like hate doing backgrounds, but I enjoy doing backgrounds. I just don't really like doing like this, like completely different angles of backgrounds. I just like doing like establishing shots and stuff like that. And so let's actually make this point go here. Alright, so that's good. Now for the difficult part, drawing Celosia. Because I am not good at drawing women, and she's a woman. So I tried my best to draw her as consistent as I can. So let's actually have her go kind of like this. Alright, so I have all of that right here. So let's just do that like so. But yeah, one thing that I loved about this comic is all of the world building that I've done in it. And don't know if I can get it out like as well. I should be able to. I'm just not sure how I can like make it make just enough sense where people would like it, but also just enough where people can like not catch on to it, but still like be fond of the story. So from what I can got so far, I think I've treaded that needle decently enough. But yeah, I can only hope. Yeah, she seems like she's already bigger than her husband. So let's just see how this would look right now. And she's not quite bigger, but I think I could get away with just saying like she's closer to the camera, quote unquote. Alright, so Alright, so let's just have this going right here. Alright, now Celosia, she has a big behind right there. Alright, so alright, so I think that should be fine. By the way, these fairies, they don't really have necks in like the sense that matters. Alright, so but yeah, I am so amazed that I even got this many viewers at once. I think I'm nearly done. Then this comic will have officially been completed. Excuse me. Alright, so that's good there. Yeah, I want to make the stream long enough where like folks can just come and rewatch it later. So it's good. Right, so that's good. That's good. So still think she ended up taller than that should not really that's what it is. It's just more where oh it's right there. I know it blend in a little bit, but that should be fine. Thanks. Color. All right, let's get her pants right there. Yeah, I think the colors should be fine. I just realized I'm only like halfway through because I did not even say that yet. And that's something would make, well, I don't know, it'd be very well for its own stream. Like, colors. Right, so, uh, banded. Literally just one. Mm. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Mantis blending into the background. I may go with this color if the other color like blends in a little too much, but I will try that out in my own time. I think I'm going to try and shade it now, and hopefully we can. So yeah, feeling tired. So yeah, hopefully let's shine in their eyes before. Yeah. Please. So, put it here. Ooh, eh. I like how it's just kind of staring in his hand, but he. Oh, that's just funny to me. Right. Anyways. Alright, so. Happened. So that's good. And so now it's time for the dilemma. So I could make it like more realistic by just having the darkness appear just like that. Or I can just do that. So let's go here, lower the opacity to about 75, and then just have this. And I think for this time, I'm going to just forego realism, because it just looks better without it right now. Actually, that could work. Hmm. Nah, I don't know. Ah, this is such a confusion to Right. So first things first, let's duplicate. Right. I'm back. I was reading my library book, digital about digital media and animations. That's cool. I'm trying to decide the shading of this. Personally, I think it looks better without shading. So yeah, I think I'll probably. So yeah, I'm just gonna. What I will do is I will duplicate it and then hide one. Then I'll just go ahead and like just get rid of the shading for just about all of it. Alright, so how I'm going to tackle this is, let's go all the way down to brush 10. And what I will do is I'll just add like a slight amount of shading to like here or something. That face was going to be darkened. That's fine, but like not really what I'm going for. Oh. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so another thing that I can do to get around it is we could just go the opposite direction and just make the tin wider, like in the moon. So I just like the audience to like be able to see everything that's going on. Let's do that. But yeah, I think it's just this one will probably work. I know. Inconcise, I think is the word. Indecisive is the mean. And we just keep that on. Okay. Alright, let's see. Alright, so let's do lavender first. Then I could just decide if it's worth doing everything else. To me, it kind of seems like maybe they're wet a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, I'm doing some quote-unquote shading to them. Personally, I don't know if it's looking good. So, I don't know. I'm feeling the shading like with the hair. So let me just try it with this too. Let's see. Just light and dark. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's that moonlight's really ain't doing anything. So yeah, I think I'll just not bother doing the rest of it because it just doesn't really seem necessary. Alright, so before I forget, let's go to building again. And let's go to tools. So let's just go to tools. Well, let's go to trees. But yeah, there's a bunch of cleanup to do. So let's just do that. Lower the opacity to that. Make this a little bit lighter and lower the opacity. Go here, boom, bam, and these lightning bugs are all doing quite well. Just came from you group and saw you're still alive. Yeah, I had a lot of extra time today. Hope you had fun there. I remember last time you said you did not. But at least that's what I remembered. Alright, so now we have some glowworms in the back. Some fireflies, I should say. I'm gonna have like little fairies in the background too. But that should be good like that. I'm actually in the building there, so I may as well just go ahead and just put that down. Just to make it more better. But yeah, I hope you had fun there. Alright, so have all of this right now. Oh, and by the way, I have 20 folks watching me right now, so that's awesome. Alright, so I got all of these fireflies there, got this going here, I got the nice little moon stuff going on about. Looks better on my screen because my screen is a bit dirty. Alright, so alright, let's go to sky stuff. So let's just do this like without the blur too. And this like bit of randomness should just like elevate it just ever so slightly. Right, that should do it. It's better today, but anyways, I might go live sometime tonight. I don't know when. But when I feel like it tonight. Alright. Well, most likely I will be there. I'm trying to decide if the shading looks good. And like, that's the shading I went with. The other shading is just making everything darker. And I just don't think I would like that. Actually, let me try something. Alright, so let me just lower the opacity by 90. So it's not too much darker. Alright, so let's do that by like half. Okay, I think I'm reaching like a happy medium here. I suppose I could just go for like dramatic shadows or something. But yeah, a lot of this is just decision paralysis. Alright, so yeah, I actually like this one. Like, it's not too bright, but it's not too dark. So I'm actually satisfied with this one now. Alright, so let's just do that. Let's go and change that to 45. And then I could just use the eraser layer for this. I can just do like that and this. And boom, all of a sudden the tree is like nice and bright. Alright, so it's nice and subtle, so I think I'll prefer this one. Alright, so let's just do this, and let's also do that for the branch. So let's put this here. And just here too. And it's just subtle enough where I think folks will enjoy it and still get a lot from it. I'm just gonna remove it from the stuff that's supposed to glow, like these glowworms though. Even though they're still glowing plenty fine, this is just better. Alright, so that's good like that. Alright, so one thing that I need to do is let's add a slight blur to this. So let's do that. Because I want to remove those big lines there. Alright, that's good. And let's just erase a little bit more here. Right, perfect. Let's be ready to go live now, if that's okay with you. Going on live at the same time again. Alright. So anyways, we got this going right here. But yeah, I'll probably end mine a bit soon. So anyways, so let me just go ahead and do this. And I think, yeah, that's just, the subtleness is going well. Oh, my neck. Right, so got this going on here. Let me just move this layer to like right here and cut. And I think I have more shade than like elsewhere in the tin. Let me also go here and do that. Right, perfect. There we go. Hey, I'm live now. That's cool. Right. Let's go. Right, so I have all of this going right here. $25 watching now. Right, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm watching you now as well, Maddie True. Oh, and that's Nate with I think NatPat. No, MatPat. Alright. Alright. Oh crud, I definitely love the shading look. Alright, well that is great. Alright, so I'm glad the shading is working out well. Alright, so we got this going on right here. Have this and have down to like a triangle point here. Yeah, I feel tired, so I'm probably going to end it pretty soon, but not quite just yet. So let's just keep it going. And this is probably going to be my longest stream to date. See how long of my 4 hours. I think I've done a stream for 4 hours and 40 minutes. You can start drawing whenever you're ready, Manichu. Right, ibis paint. Excuse me. Alright, so let's have this. And so I wonder if I should make the shading like always that subtle. Like I don't really plan to shade it at all, but since this is like the special tin here, I'll probably go ahead and like shade like the covers fully, unless it like fully needs it, basically. In fact, I would usually add a slight amount of blue to it. And this, I don't feel like all that over. Sometimes tried some shade sketches on my character and some of my aesthetic classic feel type cartoon, like Mutant Fighter animated series, GTA and Manga Gangster movie homework. Alright. Yeah, it's cool that you tried like shading and stuff. It reminds me of something I saw with like I think someone named Michael Sheen and David Tennant. And like he was like, he just said like some, I can't describe it well, but it was funny. And it involved a pineapple. And anyways, alright, so let's kick that up to 15. See, this would be like way harder to do with Critter. At least I think it would be. Probably some kind of like crazy newfangled like way to do it with Critter. But anyways. Alright, so that should be good. Alright, and that. Alright, so that's good so far. I think I'm nearly there. Oh, I like how that looks so far, Maddie True. Alright, so we have this here and this here. Alright, so go into do that there. And so let's put that to just a little 5. I like to think that like comic book artists would put like their very best art like at the front cover, but I say with certainty that they would. So I'm just hoping that I'm not like inadvertently disappointed anyone who purchases this. That's good so far. Let's expand it to 10. Reluctant stuff. Okay. It's nice. Ow. Okay. I was doing this. The fun fact was I was doing this for like the first 9 pages. Pages had like 9 panels to each page. So 9 times 9, that's like 81 pages. And yeah, that was a lot. And I was shading almost each and every one of them. So that's why I was so like kind of adverse to shading right now. But I think I'm just gonna do it like for the main parts, like here. Effect, and then that's it. Alright, so I'm gonna just do that and that. Hmm. But yeah, I think doing this, because this feels like it's going quickly. Panel, and I was exhausted. It's shading like each blade of grass because, like, look at that. I'm not doing all that, and that's That's maybe I will do the foreground ones, but I'm not doing all that. That's just insanity. Alright, so let's actually do a whole bunch right there. From there, I can just recall it a mantis, and it's automatically going to be the same shape. Alright, so let's also have that here. Hmm. I like those two characters pointing at each other, like on your stream at each other. I'm correct to assume that they are like throwing Pokeballs, or like on their way to. Oh, I got that there. So that's looking great so far. Now let's just do this and that there. Then I could probably have like a little bit more precise shading by lowering the... What went on there? I guess I just missed it in the auditing. Leave that. And so we got this here, and let's put it to 15 instead of 25 on the bus.
My time has come to burn. I invoke the ancient power that I may return. In a void bordering three worlds, I have awoken, and I'll see the barriers between them be broken.
Alright, so that's good. So let's lower that down to 5. And this is helping like get more precise. which is excellent. And now that I'm zoomed in and naturally see like more art styles. Oh, I also heard a tip. It went from comic creators, but it was actually from game dev. Is to never zoom in because like people can't really see the details. Since this is like part of a comic book where they can't really zoom in on paper, I really shouldn't worry about these much, so probably just leave that be for right now. I still want like a slight shadow though. Alright, so that's good. I don't want the shadow to like be touching any of them. Excuse me. Just gonna have the layer be kind of like here. Kind of wanted it to like not. Well, the moon's. I don't know. Shading is weird sometimes, so I'm just gonna let it be. Alright, but yeah, I'm nearly done now. And once that's done, probably going to like forego the game dev part of the stream. But I'll just work on that next time I stream. Because I know dang well I'm not finishing that game on my own. Alright, so got that. Alright, so I'm liking how this is looking. Oh man, I definitely have Krita app on my Chromebook touchscreen laptop. I sometimes use it for animations, but it has lots of big brushes for drawing and sketching. That's neat. But yeah, I bet Krita would Krita or Krita or however it is it's said would be like pretty good for like the tablets and stuff. I draw with my mouse, which is like a trackpad. So yeah, that's what I do. So yeah, I don't really like for almost like every animation you've seen from this channel. Are you okay? And I guess that was just the audio of Maddie 2 stream. Right, so anyways. Alright, so let's actually have the tips of the flowers just be illuminated, since it's like far from her.
Ugh, I'm so bored. These games are starting to
Alright,
feel
so
like
that's
chores.
good.
But some triangle guy came up with a new game he found. Instead of just one world, I'll have...
And get rid of that one there. Alright, so alright, so I think that's basically it. Let me just see how a shadow would look. So alright, so I like this one, so we're just gonna eliminate that and just create one more layer as sad. And sad time. Alright, so let's do that there. Go here, let's make it black with just a touch of blue. Since this is just here, I could just go and put it all the way under people. So that I can put it under buildings too. Alright, so let's go ahead, lower the opacity even more. So this is where Mantis is. Actually, forget the opacity. Let's crank it to the max. Live right now. I'm watching it. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually going to just have the opacity like this, and then I'll just like work out like this part here. This is starting to look a bit inappropriate, but we're getting there, doing some stuff. I'm animating parts right now. I see them. Alright, so let me just go ahead and get this. Actually, let me up this to about 30. Did you see a bit of my comic? Yeah, I saw some of your comic. I saw like the characters throwing some stuff. I was wondering if that was like a Pokeball or something. Like if they were gonna like throw a Pokeball or if they were just like pointing. I asked that, but like I don't know if like the audio wasn't working or something. I just couldn't really hear it too well, so I don't know what that's about. But yeah, I saw it. I definitely saw it though. Alright, so alright, so let's have the shadow go kind of like this and then like this. But yeah, I doubt this shadow is accurate. But I'm just gonna hope for the best. And so, yeah, that's good there. Good here. Just gonna add a bit of a shadow here too. Just a little one. Yeah, that should work. So let's go ahead and go and Smelly and Caramel in Pokemon Bio. Yeah, I figured it must be something like similar. Oh, that's neat. And it must be something similar to what I was thinking. Oh no.